Hello, good evening to American Truck Simulator. That's right. I'm going to be playing some more Super Mario soundtracks for this live stream again. I did a live stream of this a week ago, but it had my face cam and I did commentary. And I played a YouTube video of the best Super Mario soundtracks, which was about 2 hours. So, in this stream tonight, no face cam and no commentary. That's right. I'm going to say my quick announcements, and then once I start trucking, I will mute my mic and play some more Super Mario soundtracks. Yeah. Why am I doing this? Because it is the 40th anniversary of Super Mario. And as you can tell, look at the truck that I'm using. That little Peterbilt with this amazing, fun Super Mario paint job. As well as my own trailer, which also has its own Super Mario paint job. For those of you that tuned in to the last stream of this game, I was mostly I didn't do too much trucking in that stream. I was mostly talking with you guys, looking at all the details of this paint job for both the truck and the trailer. So this stream, it'll be more trucking, and yeah, I know it's almost 9 p.m. already. I apologize for going live a little late again. If you want to know why I went live a little late tonight, it's because earlier, a couple hours ago, I wasn't really feeling well. So had to go to the bathroom and took a quick shower. After that, I got hungry because I didn't really eat anything all day because I kind of slept in, you know. Sometimes I just sleep in on Sundays. So I ate, and I usually go live after I eat, okay? I can't really play while I'm eating, unless if it's a snack, but this wasn't a snack. It was an actual dinner meal. So I ate, and after that, I wasn't really sure what time it was. Sometimes I don't really keep track of time, but eventually I wanted to set up the stream, right, and start going live and play the game. Well, the game apparently needed to update, and the update took quite some time. Yeah. Luckily, the upload speed isn't low, so that's good, because if it is low, then I won't be able to go live. Because when it's low, I can't go live. I mean, technically I can go live, but the stream won't go well. If you upload a video, it'll take so much longer to upload when the upload speed is very low, but luckily that's not the case. Alright, so once I open up the game, I was getting things ready, because that's usually what I like to do, getting things ready before I go live, and that also took a little bit longer as well. And if you're wondering, have I read any of the news that I missed? I did not. Yeah, I don't have time for that right now. At some point, I'll get to that. But this stream, you can tell, I already opened up the game. It's ready to go. I'm going to listen to some more Super Mario soundtracks. Alright. Now, let me tell you a quick story here before I start playing. So I actually have iTunes, okay? I actually have iTunes. I have this old iPod. Yeah. I have this old iPod. I think we've had it for like over 15 years. And it still works. Yeah. And you connect the iPod to the charger, okay, which is a USB port. Plug that into the computer, and you open up iTunes, and then it loads all the music from that iPod to your computer. And I actually, this is kind of hard for me to explain, but I want to say this was about 9 years ago, 2016. I forgot how I did it, but I somehow downloaded a bunch of Super Mario soundtracks from YouTube. Okay? Because you can get these soundtracks from YouTube. And I downloaded a bunch of them, and I basically transfer those downloaded files to my iTunes movies folder, or whatever you call it. Yeah. A few nights ago, this just popped into my head, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I remember this. I want to see if I can actually play these soundtracks on the next American Truck Simulator live stream, which is tonight. So I was testing that out, okay? I did some tests. I wanted to do that before I went live, so that also took some time, okay? And it worked. Yep, it worked. I made a playlist of my favorite Mario soundtracks. Okay? It's mostly from the good old days of Super Mario, okay? Like the 80s, 90s, and 2000s, alright? Because remember, I haven't done this. This was back in 2016. I haven't done it since, so yeah. And it's a lot. I'm not going to play all of them tonight, because if I do, this playlist, it'll tell you how long the playlist will take to play all the songs. It has 262 soundtracks, but on iTunes it's called movies, because it's from a YouTube video. But all you see on the video is the logo of the game, alright? If I play this whole playlist, it'll take about almost 8.5 hours, which obviously I'm not going to do that tonight, because that'll be all night. So I'll play some of them. Alright. And you know what? I think I'll be able to do another stream of this sometime later this week or next weekend, so I can play some more soundtracks. So I don't know how long I'll live stream tonight. I might just do one big delivery, one long delivery. I might do that. Yeah, and it worked. Yep. Good thing these soundtracks work, because otherwise I'm going to have to make my own YouTube playlist. So thankfully, that's not the case, because if I have to make my own YouTube playlist, that'll take even more time. Also, I don't know why, for whatever reason, I'm tired. I don't know why. Maybe I need more sleep. Hopefully I don't fall asleep while I'm trucking. If I do, then you won't be able to see my face, because no face cam tonight. No commentary either. So, It's just me, you guys, watching me trucking and listening to some well-known Super Mario soundtracks. Alright? Okay, guys. I have the chat open. Thank y'all for being patient, because I wanted to say my announcement before I start playing. Hello, we got 6 people? That's awesome. Hello to Roblox Gamer, T-Bone St. Louis, Landon the Rail Fanner, and Polar Bear Guy. I do remember you. How's everyone doing this evening? This stream, it'll be longer than last Sunday night, but it won't be a marathon. If I want to do a marathon stream, then I would have to go live at a much earlier time, but I couldn't. But earlier, I premiered a Mario Party 8 video. Yeah, so thankfully, I got that done. So now I can move on to this. Yeah, all week, for those of you that noticed or don't know, pretty much all week, nothing but Super Mario related content. Yeah. Because back on September 13th, the very first Super Mario game came out in 1985. So, exactly 40 years ago. And, you know, I kind of wanted to celebrate that by releasing some unreleased Super Mario content almost every day. And I'm going to extend Super Mario Week to next week as well. So, yeah, we are approaching the end of this month. We're now on the last full week of September. So, yeah, I'm going to do the same thing. Nothing but Super Mario related content for this week as well. Okay? And then I'll do a channel update video probably on the 30th, which is next Tuesday. So yeah, that'll be pretty soon. And yeah, that'll basically, you know, that'll wrap up the end of the summer season. So I think this is a good time to do this, because, you know, next month is October, Halloween month. Another big month for this channel. Every year, American Truck Simulator, World of Trucks have this this Halloween event, and I usually like doing that as well. I like doing the World of Trucks events, as well as the Christmas Reflections event for the holidays. So yeah, that's kind of become a yearly tradition. T-Bone asks, so it won't be a 5-hour stream? I don't think so. 5 hours from now would be 1 a.m. So it might be 4. But like I said, I might just do one big delivery, one long delivery. Whatever that is. I don't know if I'm going to reach $1 million. If not, then I think I will next time. The stream was buffering for you? Oh. Well, it's going well on my end, so it must be your phone. Or the app. Yeah, guys. You guys like this paint job? From different games. We got... I see Super Mario Galaxy, Super Mario Maker, Super Mario Odyssey. I saw the Golden Mario from New Super Mario Bros. 2 on the 3DS. And on the top, you can't really see it, but that's from Super Mario 3D World. And, oh, there's the back. That is from a Mario Party game. I don't know which one, though. It's not 8. Because you guys know, Mario Party 8 is my favorite Mario Party game of all time because it's the one that I grew up playing. We got Luigi on a snowboard? Don't tell me that's from the Olympics. Mario and Sonic Olympic games. Speaking of Sonic, I do have a Sonic the Hedgehog paint job. Maybe I'll use that in a future stream. Oh, look, in the front, the hood is Super Mario Galaxy 2. Yep. These 3D games, I've played them before, and they're all fantastic. Yeah. Alright. I think that's about it. So I'm going to have to pull up the chat on my phone once I start playing. Yep, that's right. I'm sure. Yeah, I agree. T-Bone, Acer would like that Sonic paint job. I did show it to him, actually, on New Year's Eve. Well, technically it was New Year's Day, but it was from an American Truck Simulator stream from last year. Yeah, we did a little video call collaboration. Now, I was actually testing some of this game from 2 nights ago on my laptop to see if the game works. It does work, which is a good thing. This is a new thing. They put this on the top right, Iowa. Is this oh, they kind of changed. This must be the new update. They kind of changed some of the UI. But I'm not gonna spend time on that right now because I want to get into trucking. And I checked to see if this is the only truck out of, because I have 5 trucks. Okay, I bought 5 trucks. I checked to see if any of the other trucks that I bought can use this paint job, and the answer to that is no. This is the only truck that can use this paint job, which means I'm going to stay with that truck. Now, I did show you something in part 1 from last Sunday night, and it's the other Super Mario paint job, the one that I wanted to use. This one. Look at that. This is from the very first Super Mario game on the Nintendo Entertainment System from 1985. And I was hoping to use this one, but for whatever reason, the game won't let me. I don't know why. So that was a shame. So that's how I got this other paint job, the one that I'm currently using. But doesn't this look sick? It looks nice. It looks fantastic. And also, I did a video of me playing this game. Yep, the actual Super Mario Bros. Game. What if somehow the game will let me use it? I don't know. I'm gonna plan on going to the service, and then my trailer, which is this kind. It does have a Super Mario paint job on it, the one that has a whole bunch of characters, but I checked to see if I have another one, and it turns out that I don't. Now this is the one, right? But when I click on it, it's different. See, this is from New Super Mario Bros. U, which looks really good. But the back of the trailer, it's the same, as well as the front of the trailer. But on the side of the trailer, it's the one that has a whole bunch of characters. Remember, for those of you that tuned in last Sunday night, I went through all the characters. It even had MC Ballyhoo from Mario Party 8, which was a surprise. But, yeah, I don't know. I am going to go to the service station anyways, and I also have to rest. Yeah, I had to go back to Houston, or I quick traveled to Houston. Let me see here before I mute my mic and play the soundtracks. So I need to do is it cargo market? That's where I use my own truck and own trailer. If I do the highest income delivery, how much is that? Oh my gosh. It'll be this one, Dynamite. I'll get over 276,000 income. Plus my current income. Yeah, that'll be over $1 million. And I can actually do this one. If I want to. I have to travel to this city first, which isn't that far away. But then after that, I have to go all the way up to Washington State. So, I don't know if I'll do this one or not. If I do, it'll take a while. Because look at the trip distance. It's 2,391 miles. Trip time, 42 hours and 13 minutes. Game time, which means you have to rest, I think, every 14 hours or so. So I have to rest like at least 3 times before I get to the destination. But I do need to rest pretty soon. Because I checked to see, and it says I have about a little over 2 hours of rest remaining. And also I mentioned earlier that I have iTunes, and I made this playlist of my favorite Super Mario soundtracks, okay? And it worked, and I wanted to make sure that the game isn't too loud, because I want you guys to be able to hear the soundtracks, and thankfully I didn't have to make any audio adjustments, okay? So I think it's all good to go, folks. Is your theme song on the soundtrack list? It actually is. Okay, I'm going to name all the Super Mario games that are on this list. I put them in order. Remember, this is my favorite Mario soundtracks, but a lot of them are well-known soundtracks. So obviously, the very first from 1985, Nintendo Entertainment System. Then we got the one after that on the Super Nintendo Entertainment System, Super Mario World, okay? That's the third one, I believe. Super Mario 64. That game has a lot of well-known soundtracks. After that, it's Mario Kart 64. And then... yeah, I skipped Mario Sunshine because I've never played that game. Because I don't have a GameCube. After that, it's Mario Kart DS. And, yep, your favorite is on that list, T-Bone, Waluigi Pinball and Wario Stadium. But more people, they just say Waluigi Pinball because of the course itself. After that, it's New Super Mario Bros. On the DS. I grew up playing that one. After that, it's Mario Party 8. Yeah. The most played Mario Party game for me. After that, it's Super Mario Galaxy. So we're on this is the Wii era. And I put them in order in terms of, when the games came out, the release date. And then Super Mario Galaxy. And then Mario Kart Wii. Okay. And then Mario Super Sluggers. And then New Super Mario Bros. Wii. And then Super Mario Galaxy 2. And then Mario Sports Mix. A lot of these are on the Wii, because that is the console I grew up playing, and the Wii U, but I mainly play Wii games on the Wii U. And New Super Mario Bros. 2. on the 3DS. And that's about it. That's a lot of soundtracks. I can play them on shuffle if I want to, but I think it's better if I just play them in order. Which obviously I'm not going to play all of them because it's going to take nearly 8.5 hours to play 262 soundtracks. I'm not going to do that. But I'll play a good amount of them. Yo, what's up, Acer? You just downloaded 2 new Sonic games today? Awesome. Okay. I'm sure you like a lot of Sonic the Hedgehog soundtracks. Well, T-Bone, I got some good news for you. I think we are going to be able to hear the Mario Kart DS soundtrack, your favorite one. I don't think it'll take too long. It is the 50-second soundtrack, and a lot of these soundtracks are pretty short anyways, so we should be able to get to it tonight. So I might as well play them in order, because if I play them on shuffle, we might not hear your favorite soundtrack, you know? I might do that maybe towards the end of the year. I don't know. Just play them on shuffle mode. Okay, I think that's it, folks. That is my announcement. And I don't know how long this stream will be. Probably until after midnight. Or whenever I'm done with a delivery. After I'm done, or whenever I'm done, I will come back and make my announcement to let you guys know that I will be ending the stream. So, until then, I will mute my mic. I'll have the chat on my phone, and I'll try my best, for those of you that tune in a lot to my American Truck Simulator streams, when I have no commentary, I'll still look at the chat, but it's not going to be easy, obviously, while I'm playing the game. And I'll try my best to type in my response. Okay? Sometimes you'll have to be a little bit patient, because I don't want to keep pausing the game and looking at the chat and then type in my message, you know, because some people, they might not like that. So I'll do my best, okay? Alright, wow, this is almost 30 minutes already. I didn't thought it would take this long, but it is what it is. I think I'm done. I think I'm ready for real. So, here we go, folks. Enjoy the soundtracks, and we'll see how I do. Might as well start off from the very beginning. The Super Mario Bros. 1985 theme song. And here we go. Okay, it turns out that I can use this. Yeah, I can actually use this. I don't know why I couldn't use it in the last stream, but I guess I can use it tonight. Yeah, it's on the list. Yeah, I wanted to say that out loud. What about the trailer? Okay, it's still the same, right? Yeah, okay, well. Might as well use the other one. Isn't that weird? I couldn't use it last time. It wouldn't let me. But, I can now. Yeah, you see that? It's only $1. Can you believe that? Yeah, I legit bought it. There it is. I can officially use it. Let me see something real quick. Oh, okay. So it has to be the big sleeper cab. In order for me to use this. Okay. Yeah, look at that. I officially have it now. Huh. Must be some type of glitch or something. I don't know. There it is. I almost hit that. That was a close call. Yeah, I really like this one. Okay, that's what I wanted to say. So now, I'll mute my mic again. Okay, guys. I unmuted my mic because I've never been in this area before. What the heck is this? Some type of cave or something? It's like a maze. Isn't that weird? This big cave. I have to go over here. I don't know where to go. It says I can go this way or the exit. I guess I'll just explore this area. It's kind of funny that Shoko Mountain is playing while I'm exploring this. It kind of fits in. I didn't know you can go inside. Where the heck is this? In Arkansas? Yeah, we're in Arkansas. No, we're in Missouri. Your state, T-Bone. Springfield, Missouri. What number soundtrack is this? I can check later once I'm done delivering this. But we should be able to hear your theme song soon. Look at that, do not enter. This is like a maze. Yep. Oh, wow, there's even a train track? Look at this. They say don't stop on the tracks. Oh no, I stopped on the tracks. Did I break the law? Wait. Am I going the right way? I am. Bowser's Castle. This might be the best Bowser Castle theme ever for Mario Kart. That is one of the hardest, toughest courses in the game, too. That course can be a pain in the ass. Even though the soundtrack kicks ass, right? Yep. I hope I'm going the right way. Wait, I don't think I am. There better not be a train coming. Well, if there is, we should be able to hear the horn. Bowser's Castle and Luigi's Mansion for Mario Kart Double Dash really kicks ass, too. Oh, there's a Luigi's Mansion in Mario Kart Double Dash? I know there's a Luigi's Mansion in Mario Kart DS. Sure you know about that one. Oh, here it is. This is where I'm gonna deliver it. I guess this place is real. This place exists in real life. They share the same music in Mario Kart Double Dash? Oh, do they really? I didn't know that. Luigi's Mansion is a battle course. Oh. That's probably why I never seen it. I'm only familiar with the Mario Kart Double Dash race courses, not the battle courses. Alright, I'm gonna do this delivery. After I do this delivery, I can check the soundtrack list. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, take a little break. Yeah, I can do another delivery, maybe one more. Depends on how long the next one is. It's kind of dark inside. It's dark like a parking garage. There's even regular cars. That's weird. Maybe this is supposed to be like a parking garage, except it's not. They're not. Oh gosh. they're not labeled by floors, levels, just sections. Which I guess that's better. I don't know. I've never experienced this in real life. I don't know, I guess you haven't either, T-Bone, even though this is in your state. Okay, here we go. It doesn't have to be perfect. Unlike the Driving Academy. See, look, it's good enough. It's lit up in green. Okay, let's see. Excellent. Driven distance, 699 miles. Time taken, 1 hour, 14 minutes. And I leveled up to level 51. I got over 51,000 income. With a total of over 835,000 income. Wonderful. Yeah, isn't this crazy? I can actually use this paint job. Super Mario Bros. From 1985. Yeah, for whatever reason, I couldn't use it in the last stream of this game. Okay, let's see what number soundtrack we are on. Remember, right now it's playing Mario Kart 64. It's playing them in order in terms of, you know, when these games came out. So, we're in the year 1996. This game came out almost 30 years ago, and the console. Okay, Rainbow Road. This is soundtrack number 46, and after this, after this game, it'll be Mario Kart DS, which means we will hear your soundtrack very soon, T-Bone. So that's good. That's good to know. Alright, I'm going to take a small break here. I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then I'll do another delivery. I guess you can call this the intermission music. Mario Kart 64, Rainbow Road. guys. I unmuted my mic again because, look at this. Look at this area. What the heck is this? Is this where the driving academy is located in? Yeah, I would like to check out the driving academy at some point. This must be the driving academy in this game. Huh. Or at least part of it. What if I hit the cones? Am I gonna get in trouble? Oh, I really did. Oh, I'm sorry. Bowser's Castle again. This time on Mario Kart DS! Which means it also kicks ass. Yeah, this has to be part of the driving academy. I didn't know you can actually go in this area. Oh, I broke the law. I'm ruining your driving academy. Yeah, because it's Bowser's theme song playing. He's the boss. He does what he wants. Well, at some point I will do a live stream of me checking out the Driving Academy. Caution! Truck driving training in progress. Yeah, right. Not anymore! Ha ha ha. Wow. And I didn't get in trouble. Because there's no cops. There's no cops in this area. Okay, well, Springfield, Missouri. Guess we'll go through this exit. Don't tell me what to do or not to do, game. Because Bowser said so. His theme song is playing. So yeah, I'm gonna do one more delivery, which means this stream will probably end after 12:30. So probably another hour and a half at most. So yeah. Alright. I'll mute my mic again and I'll come back whenever I have another thing to say. If not, then I'll come back whenever I'm done with this delivery. Okay, I'm back again. And, yeah. That's not good. I'm screwed. Isn't that a shame? Why are they doing this? There's that freaking helicopter. Am I really gonna break the law? Can I fit through here? There's a freaking helicopter. What the heck is... What the heck? Really? Why? Why on this stream? Okay. Oh my gosh. That car got completely destroyed. Hello, firefighters. Y'all are just chilling in there? Look at that. Whoa! Whoa! What the heck is going on? There's chaos. How does this happen? Uh-oh, we got a fellow trucker right behind me. He must have broke the law, too. And there's a freaking helicopter and 2 ambulances. Oh boy. I'm gonna hit the blades of that helicopter. Can I actually hit it? Went through my trailer. Anybody in there? Yeah, there's someone in there. What on earth? Isn't that bizarre? This is not Helicopter Simulator. Yeah. I broke the law. I broke the law. The reason why I did that, look. I got blocked right here. Okay. So plan B was for me to get off of this and get back on and go through here. Well, apparently they also block this area. So I decided to go through it. And then look, this is where I'm at. And this is where that craziness was. Helicopter and the ambulances and that crushed car. Oh, it's Mario Party 8! This one's a lot louder. Otherwise, I would have to go all the way up here and then go through this town. I'm not gonna do that. So I broke the law. Anyways, let's just move on now, like nothing happened. Yeah, Mario Party 8 soundtracks. Alright, most likely, that might be the final game that we're going to be listening to, because that game has a lot of soundtracks on the list. And yeah, one more delivery. Alright guys, I'm going to end the stream in a little bit. What I usually like to do is check my managers. They also changed this. It didn't used to look like this. Mother Trucker, that's the name of my company. It's got the logo, which is the American Eagle. So yeah, they used to not look like this, I don't think. Yeah, they kind of changed it a bit. That's probably why the game took a while to update before I went live. Yep, 51, level 51. I am a legend in this game. That's right. Yeah, I got all the skills, as you can see. Yeah, it's still playing the Super Mario Galaxy soundtracks, which there's a bunch of them. A lot of my favorites are from this game. I'll see, I'll check what number soundtrack we're on the playlist. Truck Manager. I'm glad we're able to use the Super Mario 1985 paint job. Yeah, I'm kind of used to this truck. At first I didn't really like the interior, but now I'm used to it. Not bad. Not bad after all. Originally, this kind of truck, this Peterbilt 389 Ultra Cab Sleeper, this was my dream truck, but I never bought it until not too long ago. Yep, the fifth and final truck that I bought for my garage. And it's got over 4,300 miles. A lot less than all the other trucks. It's Gusty Garden Galaxy, everyone's favorite. Now to the trailer manager. How is it doing? Well, now it's a 3-star condition. Uh-oh. Oh well. If I sell it, it'll be over 66,800. I can make it private. Dismiss. Do I really want to store this trailer in the garage? Does that mean it's going to teleport to the garage? That'd be weird. Total restore. I gotta visit a service station. That means totally repair it, which costs a lot of money. Yeah, I'm surprised William didn't tune in as well. Yep, I agree. This soundtrack is one of the good ones. We officially hit 4 hours. I guess I was right. This stream was about 4 hours. Now the last thing I'm going to check is my garage manager. Now the economy summary. Not too bad. So yeah, I'm at a total of 895,000 income. I'm going to check my iTunes playlist. So, it's currently playing Super Mario Galaxy. There's a bunch of them. A bunch of well-known soundtracks from that game. I'm at soundtrack 121 out of 262, so that's almost half. I played almost half the soundtracks. Alright. I guess I can play the rest of the soundtracks next time I live stream this game, which either later this week or next Sunday. I haven't decided yet. So, yeah, I guess I'll do one more stream of us listening to some more Super Mario soundtracks, because there's a lot more of my favorites to come. I don't know when that'll be, but it'll be soon, though. If not later this week, then next Sunday. And hopefully, if it's next Sunday, or whether if it's later this week or next Sunday, hopefully I'll start the stream at a much earlier time. It is almost 1 a.m., so... What about Farming Simulator? I'm thinking towards the end of the month. Alright, well, it was a great stream. And yeah, we finally, I was able to do this stream of me playing some well-known Super Mario soundtracks. Perfect for the 40th anniversary. And I didn't fall asleep, even though I'm kind of sleepy right now, but thankfully I didn't fall asleep. So, that's good. Alright, I think that's it, folks. So, thank you for watching. Have a good night, and I will have more Super Mario related content this week. I'm extending it for one more week to end the summer season. Yeah, I have some more video plans. Alright. So that was good. I'm glad I was able to finally use this paint job. Perfect. This one's really nice. Alright guys, thank you for watching. I'll see you next time. Time to sleep like a trucker. Good night.